Ex- We will be starting in few minutes, so I request the participants to be patient with us while others are joining.
బాగున్నాయి అంటే మొన్న నా వేసిన కదా ఇప్పుడు నెక్స్ట్ టైం నుంచి అన్నీ ఎక్కువ వేయం
We'll be starting with the session shortly. I would request the participants to wait for other participants to join. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm Anmay Rani, your host for today's webinar. My team and I are here to make sure you have a seamless and engaging experience. If you have any questions or need any assistance, feel free to use the chat window. We are here to help. So the topic for today's webinar is A1102, Designing and Implementing a Microsoft Azure AI Solution. Today's event is sponsored by Synergetics. Before we dive into today's session, let me take a moment to introduce Synergetics. Synergetics is a leading edge learning solutions provider in India, offering specialized training and consulting services. We empower businesses and professionals to thrive in today's fast evolving tech landscape by delivering transformative learning experiences. Our core focus is on enabling digital transformation through innovative skill programs, advisory services, and end-to-end implementation support. From modernizing IT frameworks to mastering emerging technologies like AI, cloud computing, and DevOps, Synergetics is committed to equip you with the right tools and right knowledge to succeed. So on the screen, you can see the Microsoft certification skilling journey. The journey begins with fundamental certifications, then progresses to advanced role-based certifications, and finally to expert-level certifications. And we are thrilled to have Mr. Chandrasekhar Deshpande as our today's speaker. He is a certified Microsoft trainer and a consultant at Synergetics. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in AI and cloud technologies. The agenda for today's webinar is Introduction to Azure AI Services using Azure Cognitive Services, Natural Language Processing with Azure AI, Building Bots with Azure Bot Framework, AI integration in applications, designing and deploying end-to-end AI solutions. We also run meetup communities. This is the emerging technology community. Anyone who is eager to learn about technological knowledge can join this community on Meetup. We have multiple communities in Pune, Gujarat, Nagpur, Indore. Those who are interested to join this community, please log into Meetup app and gain your knowledge for free. Also, do follow us on social media platforms to get relevant updates on the upcoming webinars, workshops, or certification training we do. Also, I'll be sharing the link in the chat box. So, do follow us. Thank you for listening to me. I would like to hand over the mic to our speaker. Thank you.
Uh, Thank you, Mr. Anmay. I am
Welcome, sir.
Chandrasekhar Deshpande, as Anmay already introduced me. And this session is actually a revamp of Azure AI-102 certification examination. So let us come back to the agenda. Let me briefly once again explain you. The first point basically is to understand how do we prepare for this certification. I will be taking you through a tour in the curriculum also, and we will discuss some of the topics of the curriculum as per the agenda. Then, by end of the session, means in the fourth quarter of the session, we will also discuss about uh, how to prepare. Subject preparation is one thing. That's what we will visit right now. But how to prepare for, or how to say, look at the different documentations related to the examination, from where to schedule the examination, from at where, so where we will have a look at all the details of the examination, where can we have in a simulated environment of the examination, and where we can practice how to attempt the examination. So all these things, what type of questions may be asked in the examinations, where can I see, a question bank of similar type of questions to understand what kind of complexities they will attain in the examination. Okay, so all these things we will discuss maybe around by 5 o'clock. Okay, to begin with, I would like to share my screen first, and thereafter then we will see how to visit the websites and how to see all material related uh, links, hyperlinks. So I do a search in Google for the subject. So in Google search, you simply have to give examination code. It is 102, AI 102. And you have to visit authenticate learn Microsoft website only. There may be other websites also. Will request you not to visit them as of now. Go to learn Microsoft website. Azure AI Engineer Associate is the title of this particular examination. You will land up yourself on this a web page. Okay, and here you will see level of the examination is intermediate. Remember, there is one more examination which on paper is not a prerequisite of this examination, but in case if you attempt that examination, that gives you a fundamental understanding of the topic, and that examination is AI 900. I think similar kind of session I did arrange for AI 900 in the first week of May. So that is foundational examination, but this is intermediate examination. Means this examination is actually giving you a kind of an expertise of all AI related services of available on Azure cloud. Okay, all AI engineers AI engineer role can attempt this examination. Hmm. Prepare for the examination, practice for the examination. Okay, so I will come back to these hyperlinks little later. Okay, now at least one language of these two you should be aware of, either Python or C sharp. Okay, so uh, questions will be based on either Python or C sharp. Similarly, labs are also based on Python or C sharp. Now here you will see whole of the examination, design and implementing a Microsoft AI solution, okay, has been divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 sections. Also note that there are some major changes, okay, done in this examination curriculum by end of the April. Okay, major changes have been done. So I will bring to your notice what are all major changes they did. They introduced this develop AI agent on Azure as one of the prominent modules. Okay, one of the prominent modules. Uh, that was not introduced in earlier examination, but in this examination, not only they introduced this module, they have given significance to this module, keeping higher weightage in the examination. Okay, so this is something new in this curriculum now. Earlier, there were two modules related to knowledge mining, but now they have put it into the single module. Okay, from here you can take practice. From here you can experience how examination environment will be. Okay, from here different preparation videos are also available. So if you click over here, so multiple videos are also available here. Okay, so that also you can have a look at. So maybe post this session, will suggest you to go through these videos to revive your concept and to understand the things from somebody else. So somebody else may be delivering those videos. Okay. From here, you can schedule the examination. I am looking into same page. Huh? And I just would like to bring your attention to this web page, Exam AI-102 Study Guide. This is really important web page. Okay, I will suggest everybody to go through this web page, even few hours before the examination. Okay, because this web page carries very important information. So here also you will see link to sandbox. Okay, exam scoring and score report. This is very important. Okay, so just let me click on this where it will take me to the details of the exam scoring and score reports. And there you will come to know that examination will have maximum 1000 marks, where passing score is 700 or greater. 700 or greater. Minimum 700 is a passing score. Just a minute. Huh. Okay. Now there will be questions around 55 to 65 in the examination, and the questions are expected to carry minimum 10 marks and maximum 20 marks. Every question is expected to carry 10 to in between 10 to 20 marks. Okay, one more point very important to be noted here is no points are deducted for incorrect answering. No points are deducted for incorrect answering. It means there is no negative marking. And if there is no negative marking, you are suggested to attempt each and every question. Don't leave any question unattempted. Huh. Okay, those are a couple of important points to be noted here. And there is one curriculum also. Just a minute. If I go back and come back to this study guide, okay, in the study guide, somewhere here, you will see detailed curriculum. And there in this curriculum, plan and manage AI solutions is carrying maximum marks. It is the very first module which is carrying maximum marks. Implementing generative AI solutions and implementing agentic solution. They are also carrying maximum marks. Both of them are carrying maximum marks. It means from 20 to 30. 20 to 30. Computer vision, natural language processing, knowledge mining, all of them are carrying marks in between 15 to 20. Here you will see detailed curriculum mentioned. This is for plan and manage AI solution for first section. Then comes the second section, manage generative AI. Okay. Then comes the third section, agentic solution. So here you will see detailed curriculum. The course material, online course material was Microsoft has been designed as per this curriculum only. So going again back to the very first web page, and there coming back to this, here is the online study material available. You are supposed to go through this study material in detail, okay, before you go for the examination. I mean to say, the study of this material and complete coverage of this material is very important to successfully pass the examination. I repeat again, there are 8 modules here. Yes. So now let us go through these modules. I already brought to your notice where to look for the video, and hope you will go through the video as a part of revision of the study. Let us go through this material one by one. So I am opening the very first section. Get started with Azure AI services. In this section, you will see sub-sections. Plan and prepare to develop AI solutions on Azure, create and consume AI services, secure AI services, monitor, deploy, and use AI responsibility with Azure AI Foundational Content Safety. Just to check with all of you, would like to know how many of you have completed AI 90? Will you please raise your hands? Good morning, Krishna. Please raise your hands if you have already attempted AI 900. AI 900, which is foundational examination for artificial intelligence in Azure. So it seems only one of you have attempted AI 900. Okay, no problem. But what I will suggest you in that case, that material on AI 900 is also available on the net, and it is freely available. AI 900. So better if you at least fast forward go through this material before you prepare yourself for AI 102. Okay, this is not too big material. Okay, there are only 5 sections, and material size is also not that much big because this is foundational course. Okay, so yes, for attempting AI 102, attempting AI 900 is not prerequisite. You can directly attempt AI 102. Okay, but if at least you take a overview of the topic by going through the study material of AI 900, that will that will create good foundation for you for going for AI 102. Okay, so let us visit these sections one by one. So very first section, plan and prepare to develop AI solution on Azure. Artificial intelligence, okay, is has become a buzz coin today, okay, and whole world is going is going gaga behind artificial intelligence for the reason that there is a tremendous potential in this area, tremendous potential. Microsoft Azure offers multiple services, okay, in AI. You might have heard about machine learning, that is also a part of AI. Deep learning, that is also means artificial intelligence is a kind of umbrella term. Let me just bring to your notice the relationship in between artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, and generative AI. For that purpose, I would have to open Pinterest. Just a minute here. Pinterest. So what I already told you that artificial intelligence is a umbrella term here. This is the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Huh. Yes. Machine learning is a part of the artificial intelligence. So there you will see huh, machine learning. Machine learning basically is for predictions. Machine learning. Who all of us are aware of machine learning? At least basics. Who all of us are aware? Please raise your hands. I got one question from Mr. Ram. Are any other certifications like AZ104 required to this AI 102? No. You directly can attempt AI 102 without any prerequisite. Uh, One prerequisite is predominantly there that you must know at least C Sharp or Python. One of these two languages you must know. Then only you can do development in AI 102, because in that development, some Python code or C Sharp code has to be written. Okay, but otherwise there are no other prerequisites. So I can see Mr. Shubham uh, is aware of the machine learning, and nobody else has raised the hand. Okay, please raise the hand in case if you know machine learning. So Rehan also raised the hand. Okay, it seems two of us are aware of machine learning. Machine learning basically is for any kind of prediction. Prediction. Okay, for example, if we want to know that sales done by sales department is X figure today, what will be the sales in December of this year? That is the prediction. After 6 months, after 8 months, how much will be the sales? And for this purpose, how it can do prediction? It will go through the historical data. It will study from the historical data in what pace the scale is increasing, and thereby then it will extrapolate to tell you that the cell will be increased by this much figure in the future. Okay, so machine learning basically is for prediction. Then comes a deep learning. If you see here, all other use cases what artificial intelligence can handle, there you will realize that uh, there are complex problems also, which are from the context of prediction only, but they are complex problems like image analysis, like natural language sentences. Natural language sentence also is a kind of a prediction that whenever you write few words, what is the next word to write? That is a kind of a prediction. Okay, so such complex problems are not possibly giving solutions on normal platforms. So there are special platforms designed which are capable of rigorously working on these complex problems. Those problems that is called as a deep learning. Deep learning and deep learning comes. Sorry, it is executed on something called as a neural network. So some complex problems uh, deep learning can deal with. So deep learning can solve simple problems. It can solve complex problems also. But looking at the entirely different costly hardware, what it is demanding, basically we will not use it for simple problems. We will use it for complex problems. Then comes generative AI, which is again next level of deep learning. Deep learning uses machine learning algorithms. That's why it is inside this ellipse, machine learning ellipse. So deep learning uses machine learning algorithms, and concept of deep learning are used in generic AI. So propagation and other things are being used in generative AI, Gen AI, generative AI. Now generative AI actually simulates human behavior in true sense. Although artificial intelligence itself is said to be something which is simulating in say human behavior, humans can predict, humans can solve complex problems. Okay, what generative AI talks about understanding natural language commands. Okay, taking and working on natural language commands. Now, in this context, they are calling it as a prompt. They do not call it as a command, they call it as a prompt. So we have to give it a natural language prompt. What exactly you want, the way you tell to your colleague, you have to tell to the generative AI. Generative AI, first of all, will analyze what exactly you are saying. It will grasp the meaning out of it. It will understand what exactly you are expecting, in what format do you expect the thing, and accordingly, it will generate the document for you. It will create the document for you. This document may be an email you may want to draft for somebody. This document may be some description if you want to write. Okay, proposal if you want to write. So any kind of document it will be in position to generate for you. But generative AI does not limit itself to creating the text document only. Even it can create images, videos, audios for you. So if you want it to draw some picture, painting, it will be able to. If you want it to draw some cartoon movie, it will create for you. Or if you want it to compose somebody else's music, like if you want it to compose some music in the style of A.R. Rahman, maybe very old song, but you want it to be composed in the style of A.R. Rahman. It will do it for you. So very interesting technology, and that's why whole world is gaga behind it. That is one thing. Second thing is the days are not far ahead that if you ask it to do something, not only write a document for you, but to do some process for you. For example, HR department may ask it. It may give details of the new joinee and will ask generative AI to join his employee as a new employee. For this purpose, generative AI may take appropriate permissions, may write that data into multiple databases, may write it in HR database, may write it in salary database, may write it in other services database, and it will do it automatically. Once it gets the permission, it will do all these things automatically. It will automatically assign security details to the person. That person may be allotted a project, and every kind of communication essential to communicate to the higher authorities and to a person in question. It will do everything. So all these things are there in pipeline for developers. How many are the developers here in our team? Will you let me first of all take the hands down? And I would like to know how many are the developers here. Please raise your hand if you are a developer. I can see only 4 of you. 5 of you raised the hands. Huh. So there are lots of new things. Only 5 of us have developers, are developers here. 6 of us. Okay, but still I think we have around 25 joinees, 20 yes 26 joinees, and there I can see only 7 of us are developer. I would like to know from where the remaining are architect level. Okay, okay. Uh, Anybody else other than developer and architect level, or who else is joined here as an architect? Let me know, please. Okay, DevOps also. Yeah, yeah. Solution architect. Yes, data analyst and scientist, data scientist. That is also looking good. Okay, so I think we have the people from variety of the roles here, and very nice to see all of you here. Okay, so I am expecting you to be interactive. Okay, and wherever you have any question in mind, do not forget to either unmute yourself and put that question, or otherwise you may put that question in chat. Here you can see on my screen now. I cannot recognize when we receive a chat, when I receive a
Sir,
chat. So, huh,
I have a quick question.
huh.
So basically, we generally do a bit of a programming, basic in terms of scripting, etc. So, what level of expertise are we expecting with regards to like in going through this AI 102 in terms of
uh,
programming is what I'm referring to.
huh. Yes, yes. One thing I would like to, one happy news I would like to bring to your notice that Azure is introducing the services which are no code or no code or less code services.
Mhm.
So, in case if
Got
you are not good in programming, or in case if you want to explore those services, okay, even if you are a developer, but you want to explore those services, and in case if those services are meeting your requirement, then why do you do time-consuming development? Is that something in your mind? Then I can tell you that here most of the services in machine learning, there is a Azure AI, sorry, Azure ML Studio available, ML Designer available, where you don't have to do development, or you may have to do very small development. On the same line here also, we have these services where we will have to do minimal development. Okay, but having said that, one thing I would like to bring to your notice, that what they have done here, the services have been made generic services. They have been generalized. And wherever you need a specialization, there then you may have to write some code for doing some customization. So in general, if you are not looking for customization, or if that generic approach is meeting your requirement, you don't need doing any critical development. Okay, but whenever you want very specific customization, there then you need. Yes, these services are no code and low code services. But wherever you need customization, there then gravity will differ. Okay, gravity of writing the code will differ. For some customization, you may have to write small code, while for some other customization, you may have to write detail. You may have to write detailed code. Okay, but one thing would like to bring to your notice, there are two levels of code developers write: server side and uh, client side. Client side, we call it as a front end also. Okay, and server side, it is all these services what Azure offers. For the server side, you may have to write very little code specifically in the scenario of customization. Okay, but for client side or for front end, whatever application you are writing, there you will have to write a code. Okay, and simple code obviously to uh, interact with the server side services, Azure services. Basic code, small code, but you have to write the code there because it is your application what you are developing. Have I answered that question?
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, thank you.
Yes. So you can lower your hands. Thanks for your responses. No, so I was explaining this diagram and taking and working on NL commands prompt. Okay, for creating documents, for creating documents. Okay, code. It creates a code also for you. Okay, developers, please note that it will generate a code for you. In case if you already have a code which is not working, you can submit that code to it, and you can ask it that this is the code, kindly find a bug for you, and it will find a bug for you. If the code is already working and you want generative AI to write test cases and test suite for you, generative AI will do that. If you submit the code to it and you want generative AI to write a documentation for you, it will do that also. So it's really a boon for developers, that many things where developers struggle and demand for more time. Generative AI is at their help. Okay, and will definitely speed up the development process. For architects also means slowly that system is evolving with newer and newer problems and newer and newer solutions. But as on today, it may be in incubation, but you can ask your questions to models like DeepSeek, uh, and what is that new model China introduced? Grow, Grok, Grok, you know. So you can put your questions there related to your architecting problems, and you may expect sooner or later they are coming up with solutions which will match your expectations. Okay, so first section, from here let me start visiting the web pages one by one. One more thing would like to bring to your notice: in case if you already have Microsoft material and Microsoft ID, and if you log in to this through the Microsoft ID, what it does is, as per whatever web pages you read, it keeps giving you points, and accordingly you keep upgrading yourself to the one by one upper levels. These levels are then added into your Microsoft profile, and definitely your Microsoft profile become more impressive uh, because of these points. So there you keep getting badges also, and it will keep adding you. Uh, it will keep adding these things into your Microsoft profile. The growth in the use of AI is, in general, generative AI particular means that developers are increasingly required to create comprehensive AI solutions. These solutions combine machine learning models, AI services. AI services means, here let me refer to cognitive services, okay, prompt engineering, and custom code solutions. Generative AI, cognitive cognitive services, and machine learning services, they collectively form AI application, artificial intelligence application. Azure provides multiple services to create AI solutions. And uh, all these services which are available on the Azure, on the cloud, are accessible through language API in your application. Every service is accessible, available through language API in your application. So language API means, in case if you want to use the Python, your application is in Python. So Python API is available to access machine learning service, cognitive services, and generative AI services. If it is C sharp, or if it is JavaScript, okay, Scala, these services are accessible. APIs are available for all these services. There is a new platform. I will not say new now because it has been 2 years around. They introduced a platform called Azure AI Foundry. This platform is a development platform. And on this platform, codeless or less code development you can do, no code development you can do, or even development with a code also you can do. And interestingly, on this platform, you will not believe, but so nicely designed that even end-to-end development.
ছোট গেম খেলবে গা?
Hello, will you please keep yourself on mute? End-to-end development also is possibly done. Okay, so very extensive arrangements are available here to develop your application and develop your solutions. What is AI? We already have discussed. Okay, our term artificial intelligence covers range of software capabilities. Human-like behavior, that's why we call it the intelligence. And exhibiting human-like behavior is artificial intelligence. Okay. Now, in case if you are from machine learning background, or at least you know something about machine learning, in machine learning, we create model. We call it as a ML model. The different ML models can meet, can provide a solution on different problems, or different types of predictions. So there is a supervised model, there is an unsupervised model, there is a regression model, there is a classification model, reinforcement model. Multiple types of models are there. So what kind of life cycle do we follow in machine learning? That we first of all train the model, and once we train that model, we verify its performance to check whether it is meeting the benchmark of the performance what we might have decided, maybe of 90% or 92%, whatever it be. And in case if that model is meeting that benchmark, that model we decide or we take for deployment, and we deploy it in the production environment, and that model starts giving us the prediction giving us our application predictions. Same is the case here in deep learning and in AI also. In deep learning or in AI also, models have been trained, but you do not train these models for the reason that uh, these models need very huge data, and they are to be trained on very costly platform. That's why what normally is done is here in your cloud, you will see pre-trained models. Pre-trained models. So in cognitive services also, you will see they are pre-trained, and in generative AI also, you will see many pre-trained models have been introduced. So you don't have to build a model from scratch, and it is definitely costly business, and it is a kind of a reinventing the wheel also, because so many model in cheaper price are available. Well-trained models are available in cheaper price on the cloud. Why do you waste your time and money in training the model from the scratch? So here on the cloud, you will get pre-trained models. Okay, now these models have been trained on generalized data. So these models may not be working in the specialized fashion for you. So there is a way also to achieve this, and you may have to fine tune these models, okay, as per your specialized needs. But this fine tuning does not take much time. It doesn't incur much cost also. So generalized models are to be picked up, and they are to be finely tuned to make them to meet your each and every expectations. So on cloud, many pre-trained models are available. You can train them as per your specific needs. In cognitive services also, there are models available which you can train, and in generative AI also there are models available which you can fine tune them. As far as artificial intelligence services are concerned, here are different services available. Generative AI, ability to generate original responses to natural language prompt, okay, natural language command. For example, software for a real estate business might be used to automatically generate property description and advertising copy. Advertisement also it will create for you, for property listing. So I told you that it can write a mail for you, it can write proposals for you, it can create advertisement also for you. Yes. Now, in order to work with these models, your application working with these models or your tool interacting with these models, there should be a bridge between your tool, your application, okay, and the model, because this model may not be working on premise, it may be working on cloud, and you will avoid making it to work on premise because you may not have that costly hardware. Your company may not want to invest into that costly hardware, okay, on premise. So you may be having that model on the cloud, and your application or your tool is interacting with that model through a bridge. That intermediary is called as an agent. Generative AI applications that can respond to user inputs or assess situations simultaneously and take appropriate actions. Agent will take prompt from you and will meet your expectations by interacting with one or more than one LLMs, large language models, okay, generative AI models. Besides that, computer vision. Computer vision means you may submit to it video or audio. It will analyze the video or audio, and it will submit its analysis. Okay, whether this video or audio is of a mall, somebody doing purchasing in the mall, or whether it is of some public place, or whether it is in some hotel, whatever it be, it will do analysis of uh, the video you have submitted to it. Okay, ability to accept, interpret, process images, videos, and live camera streams. Okay. To identify which product a customer has in their shopping basket. So video of a person picking up item from the shelf and putting it into the shopping basket. From the the video will capture that image, and uh, maybe your computer vision service will identify that item, and accordingly automatically will add that price of that item into bill. So you don't have to have scanner at the exit gate where that girl or that boy may be scanning every item from your box, from your basket. You don't have to have that. The moment you pick up an item from the shelf and put it in the basket, that item will be added into your bill. Or if you are picking up item from the basket and putting it back to the shelf, it will deduct that item from your bill. Both way it can do that. And in industry
I have
also,
a
in huh, yeah,
good example of this. So there is something called Amazon Go Store, whereas in customers get into the store, buy their biometric or a credit card, and then they shop within the store. There are no cashiers in the store. They shop everything as they want. Once they come out of the store, they are automatically billed to their credit card for all the products they're taking. I think that's a
yeah,
good
yeah.
example for this.
Yes, yes, yes. And in manufacturing unit also, it is being extensively used. And this computer vision itself is one of the features of cognitive service. It is also one of the features of cognitive service. Okay, computer vision. Natural language processing is another feature. Okay, there are multiple features of cognitive service. I will take you through them. In manufacturing unit, I have realized this uh, that manufactured items are being put on the conveyor belt. Okay, conveyor belt carries those items, and on that conveyor belt, different items manufactured are put directly from the manufacturing unit, and then those are diverted towards different directions or different packaging units. Those are directed towards different packaging units. So that is also, and yes, one more example. What I can say is, I think I saw it in Hyderabad airport or Bangalore airport. I don't remember, but in one of the airports, one of these two airports, what I saw was that whenever airport authority scans your bag, and if in that bag it identifies something suspicious, that bag is put into different conveyor belt, is directed to the different conveyor belt automatically. So there also somewhere cognitive services are being used. So cognitive services basically means what we hear, what we see, and what we speak. The services which are mimicking these three things, those are called as cognitive services. What we hear, we analyze it. What we speak, that also we present our analysis. Similarly, what we see and what we speak. So these three services which are near to our brain, those are cognitive services. Okay. So good example. Thanks for giving. And I will request everybody to be interactive uh, and keep adding your examples and your experiences here. Okay. So yes, like we just have heard an example, I will request you to put your say experience and examples here. I'm waiting for somebody to speak out. Please go ahead.
So
Yeah, please
one
go.
other example, I think I recollect is you said the manufacturing units putting the products on the conveyor belt. Right? It's something similar happens in Amazon as well. Whereas in the fulfillment centers, basically, where the customer places an order, So based on the location, there are different belts which send these products are packed on automatically into the boxes and then shipped to the specific hub from where it can be shipped to the specific hub. So there are multiple belts over there. Once the employee puts some products onto the shelf or the belt, basically, it will diversify these different products into different locations or different hubs, and from where those are shifted into the trucks to the specific hubs.
Yeah, that's also a very good example. Specifically, wherever mass level packaging is to be done this way, there they have to have such kind of automated system. Yeah, good example, Mr. Ram. Okay, I will request everybody, to participate in this discussion. Yeah, Rehan,
Hi, good
Kal.
morning, everyone.
Yes, Rehan.
So, coincidentally, I'm working on a POC for a banking system. Okay, where the requirement is like whenever an executive goes for a KYC, okay, there they ask a real-time photo of the customer. Okay, so using cognitive services, I have been asked from my like we are exploring actually. No one is an expert, but I've been asked to understand whether we can identify the photo is not uploaded from a photo, that is it should be a live photo captured. So I understand that is also something which is capable. AI cognitive services are capable of identifying that it is not an image spoofing, and the whatever photo is clicked, I should not be closed. So that is also something which using face vision or cognitive service we can identify. And the third part is like whenever what the quality of photo is, that is the blur, and also all these properties also we are trying to identify if we can explore, or if we can achieve it using Azure cognitive services.
Yes, Rehan, good example, and it did remind me one of the features of cognitive AI. Okay, I will talk to this. I will talk on this. Means there is something called as a face detection and face analysis. That feature is also available here in cognitive AI service. Okay, and one more use case that is coming to my mind is that there are CCTV cameras fixed in the premises of your company, and whenever an employee takes an entry, okay, he
Okay.
need not have to explicitly record attendance. Those CCTV cameras will capture his photograph, and accordingly, assuming his presence in the company premise, will mark his attendance. On the same line, when by evening is somebody leaving the company premises, his exit entry is also marked there. So that CCTV camera can understand who is this person. Is this person coming in the company premises or leaving the company premises, and accordingly it will mark the timing of attendance. Okay, so yes, that is one thing. Second thing is, there is one more feature which has already been restricted by uh, Microsoft, but it is available. That feature is to analyze the face, to search that face. Means, assume it is one criminal of which the police has asked um, uh,
A most
AI
wanted criminal.
system. Sorry, most wanted
I said a
criminal.
most wanted criminal. Yeah.
Ha ha ha. His photograph has been submitted to the system, and all over the city say there are different CCTV cameras, and whatever CCTV image these cameras are capturing, the these videos are streamed to the AI system, and AI system carefully go through every video frame to find whether most wanted criminal photographs are there, whether there is a most wanted criminal. And if it is there, immediately it will ring the alarm and will inform to the concerned authority about the place, time, okay, that person is at. Okay, so that is also one of the
Okay, that is
face
great.
detection example. Yes, yes. Let me check with Shravani whether she has any. Yeah, Shubham is asking that would not cause a lot of computational power as we'll have to go through so many videos. Yes, it will cause computational power, but in that case, then this search can be limited to, can be narrowed down to possible reasons, possible places, possible timings. It can be accordingly narrowed down to save the cost, but otherwise it will take more computational power. Yeah, agree
So,
with you, Shubh. Uh,
sir, I would like to add a point here with regards to Shubham's question. So, Shubham, so whereas in earlier, what these companies used to do in terms of the place where I work, in order to check these videos, there manually people used to be deployed in order to check the videos and make a note of what else has happened. But compared to that cost, the computational power you are referring to, that is very much lower. Consider that a human is being deployed for watching the videos. So apart from that, even if computational power, computer is not able to capture that, again, only then the human requirement would be there. So I think comparing that human activity, this computational power would cost very less in terms of money.
Even if it is similar to steel, companies will or petroleum systems will prefer this approach for the reason that it does not include human error. Otherwise, in manual system, there is a high probability of human error that person may not be there for a while, maybe
Exactly.
loitering here or there. Okay, in this case, there is no human error. This such type of system can run 24/7. Hmm.
True, true, sir. Yeah, agreed with that one.
Yeah. Yes, yes. Shravani, do you have something to say? Shravani, Kaleshwaran? Okay, let me come back. Speech, ability to recognize and synthesize speech. Okay, who is speaking, what he is speaking. Say, for example, somebody speaks in uh, maybe English. Okay, in which language he has spoken, and what will be his utterances. Those utterances are to be analyzed. Okay, and accordingly, then mm, digital assistant may enable user to ask questions or provide audible instructions. In chatbot, you might have seen, not in chatbot, but there are say arrangements where some human digital voice speaks to you. Okay, so that is also a speech. Now, in our parliament also, they have established or they are establishing this system that whenever any parliamentarian speaks in his native language, okay, all other parliamentarians who do not understand that native language, will hear whatever he speaks in their language. On the same line, when our prime minister speaks on a United Nation platform, he speaks in Hindi. Okay, but all other presidents and prime ministers sitting there, they do not hear his speech in Hindi. They do hear his speech well translated into their national language and native languages. That is something great. So
Sir,
that
is
is
this
about
also, sorry to cut you off, sir. Is this also something similar to the closed captioning thing, where we see in the YouTube or other similar platforms? Whereas in I'm watching a video in a different language, but I want to watch the subtitles in English or vice versa.
yes,
Is this
yes,
something
yes.
related?
That yes, yes, that feature is also available here. Whatever I am speaking now and whatever you are speaking now, there is a Firefly platform enabled here, which is transcribing every word and sentence. So that Firefly platform is also working with a speech, working using speech. So converting it to titles, then uh, uh, mm, yes, and then here it is not only using cognitive service but using AI also to create abstract of whatever we are speaking. So translation is done by cognitive, and its abstract is being created by generative AI.
Got it, sir.
Natural language
Okay.
processing, translating text from one language to another language. Yes, information extraction. Now this is very important, and company have started working on information extraction heavily. There are companies, quite old, 50 years old, 70 years old, and they have gathered huge data in these 50 and 70 years. This data may be in the form of the papers, PDFs, words, Excel sheets. Now, all these things, forms, all these things can be digitized by scanning these documents, and then you can design data mining system. This data mining system is, and I think that process is also going on for our judiciary. That since 75 years, what are all judicial rulings have been done? All these documents they have submitted to this system, and they are designing data mining system that in some advocate, in case he is needing all the rulings on some specific topic, he will get all the documents of 75 years discussing that topic. So it becomes very easy for that person, to go through the documents which are related to specific topic. He doesn't have to spend his time in searching from huge reservoir, from many heap of documents. Decision support, this is for machine learning. So all these are the features available in generative AI.
Sir, I have a quick question on this.
Huh.
So, while we are considering generative AI as a language model, so how come it different from a large language model? So is that something different from this?
No, come again. Last sentence I did not hear clearly. How come?
We are considering, yeah, we are considering generative AI as a model, right? Like some AI model. So
Huh.
we also hear a lot about large language models.
Okay.
So LLMs, right? So is
Huh.
this different from LLM or is this same? How does that
No.
work?
LLM are the basic foundational models for generative AI. Generative AI works at the top of LLM only. LLM is the heart of at the heart of generative AI.
Okay,
And
got
they
it.
are called as the large language models for the reason that, these models have been very, very rigorously trained on lots of billions of millions of text data, billions of text data, trillions of text data. That's why
Got
means they are to be very large language for the reason that these models should have capability to learn so much text, so much knowledge they have to keep with them. That's why they are large language models.
got it. So basically, a lot of training goes into that.
Yes. So this language translation is done on real time, right? Yes, it can be done on real time also. So we would require real time model for language conversion. Yes, whenever Modi or Prime Minister speaks a sentence, immediately that sentence is forwarded to this real-time service, and that real-time service convert that sentence into multiple languages, and that conversion is sent to different and different uh, say speakers, uh, different and different attendees or dignitaries are using. If someone speaks in English, but at the same time, multiple people understand the language at the same time in different language like Hindi, Telugu. Yes, yes. So that English sentence gets translated into multiple languages. So one thread may translate it into Hindi, another thread may translate it into Telugu. So there may be multiple threads that one sentence gets translated into, and that translation is then directed towards different speakers. So yes, have I made that thing clear? Yes, Umesh? Hmm. Yeah. The language models used in Gen AI can be large language models that have been trained on huge volume of data, include many millions of parameters. Many millions of parameters. Millions of parameters. Parameters basically whenever it has to create a sentence. Sorry, it has to learn many things. Millions of things it has to learn from volume of the data. Okay, so those are called as a parameter. Millions of nitty-gritty it has to learn. Or they can be small language models. Small language models are also there, but they are not being made available on the cloud. They are not pre-trained. They are raw models available, which you have to train them, okay, on the small set of data. Small set of data. For example, if you want to train a model which holds a knowledge of HR department of your company, there you will use small language model. Data is less, knowledge size is less, and there then SLM can be used. Optimized for specific scenario with low overhead. Different Azure AI services for this. A very large suite of services available. Azure OpenAI, AI Vision services, AI speech services, language services, content safety services, translators, face recognition, custom vision. Let me explain briefly everything. OpenAI services, they offer the ChatGPT models, OpenAI generative models. OpenAI is a OpenAI corporation is a company of which for a small duration even Elon Musk was also a part. Thereafter, this company collaborated with Microsoft for funds. Okay, and that collaboration after led to offering OpenAI services within Azure. AI Vision Service, image analysis, video analysis, object detection. In medical sciences, object detection is very important. From X-ray, it detects if it is a brain X-ray, it detects whether everything is normal or is there something abnormal in some part of the brain. It will highlight that part with some different color. So object detection is also there. AI speech. Speech service provides you can use to implement text to speech and speech to text transformation. Text to speech means you have some text and you want to convert it into speech. That is possible. Just to cite you one nice example, means I just came across that example recently. There is one politician, late politician in Maharashtra. His name is Bala Saheb Thackeray. A very good orator. He used to pull millions of crowd when he is delivering the speech. Okay, he got died around in 2011, if I remember correctly. Lots of CDs and his speeches are all available everywhere in libraries also. Okay, now what his party did, his party changed his stance completely, complete U-turn, exactly opposite stance his party has taken. But people are not accepting it. People are still, so people have started running away from the party because party has changed the stance completely. So what this new party management did, they used his old speeches, old voice, wrote a new speech with current political scenarios, with the current new stance what his party has taken, and created a speech in the same voice, in the same style, in same tone, with the same kind of accents, but content has been written as per new stance of the party. This is a really good example, of how can we make voice live of a dead person. So there they have used text to speech. They might have created some speech model. They might have trained that speech model with all audios of that person. Okay, and once that model understood the voice, understood the way he speaks, the words he use, the accents he make, and everything that model understood, and then to that model text to speech is applied, and a text of suitability has been subjected to it, and then it did create a speech. Okay, AI language service analyze natural language text and performs task as entity extraction, extracting phrases and words, nouns, verbs from the text, a sentiment analysis, feedback for analyzing feedbacks. This can be done. Okay, summarization when you have large text and you simply want a small summary of it without reading or the elaborative text. That is also possible. AI language service also provide functionality to help you to build conversational language model or chatbot question answering solution. Conversational language model. Alexa is an example of conversational language model. Alexa. To Alexa, you ask something to do and it does. It takes that action. Okay, that is conversational model. Okay, one more thing what I saw is translation. As of now, I am in Karnataka. Wherever I go here, matter has been written in Kannada. How do I understand that? So I open a Google, okay, and I start the say camera, and I just focus that camera on that text written, and it converts it in Hindi. So that is also text to text translation. Here it is, text to text translation. Here it is. That is also possible. See, all these things we can see around us everywhere. Okay. Content safety. Now this is becoming very important point. Okay, your Facebook account is blocked because of some offense material you might have uploaded. Your YouTube channel is blocked because of some objectionable videos you might have posted there. This is because content safety. So content safety goes through every document, every text, every video, every image, and decides. Okay, should it be outrightly rejected? Should it be sent to the higher authority for permitting, or should it be let it go? That is context safety. AI faces, we already have seen a couple of examples on AI faces also. Okay. Custom vision. Now the model which are available there, these models of vision, they have been trained on common images, common images. Okay, different fruits, different species, different animals. Okay, they can identify animals, they can identify species. I had been to one of the place and I saw one very unusual type of fish in the pond. I just captured his photograph and sent it to Google. Google immediately told me the name of that fish. That is custom vision. So the image what I have sent, it has immediately automatically identified of which that species that photograph is. AI intelligence, document intelligence, so it can go through huge document reservoir, identify, create extract from this document, identify those document categories and lots of things it can do. For past searching, content understanding is also there. AI search is also there. Many such services are there. What is your background? You are software developer or what? Oh, that is a good question. Yes. I had been in development and designing earlier, and then I'm from remote area of Maharashtra. But when I landed myself to Mumbai, I got an opportunity as a trainer initially, and then I started providing consultancy also. But yes, my first love is development designing only. Yeah. Thanks for that question, Shubham. Okay. Any other question? Any other experience? If you want to put, please go ahead.
Uh,
Please.
Sir, I have a quick
Yeah.
question with regards to the AI vision. So I've been going through this AI vision and AI custom vision. Is there any drastic difference between both of these services?
AI
Or
vision
are there,
offers you
yeah,
pre-trained models, and AI custom vision gives you platform to train the raw model. For
okay,
example, in manufacturing unit, it is a manufacturing unit of some parts. The pre-trained models may not be aware of what these parts are. Okay, pre-trained models are aware of general type of objects what we see around us. But these specific parts, the model has to be trained on these specific parts. For that purpose, custom models are needed. Getting
got it.
me?
Yes, sir,
For
got it.
face detection, for for face detection, there must be a system in your HR department to submit to it your photographs, employees' photographs taken from different angles. And once that is submitted to it, you know, whenever any employee enters into the premises, immediately the attendance will be marked. So for that purpose, on different faces, that system has to be trained. So that is custom training.
Okay, got it. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. Anjaya, yes, I am planning to show you some of the labs. I am definitely planning to. First of all, let me just clearly first of all understand basic things, and thereafter then we will go for labs. But yes, surely I am planning to cover some of the labs. So I think let us take a tea break now. Uh, shall we make it of 15 minutes or 20 minutes? Please let me know. Thereby, we will decide when we will resume our session. Okay. So tea break, 15 minutes or 20 minutes, please let me know.
I think we are okay with 15 minutes. Yeah,
20 minutes. Let's resume
yeah,
by 12 noon. Huh? Okay, then, I will go on the mute and I will stop sharing, and we will again gather together by 12 o'clock.
Before starting the session, I would request the participants to redeem their Microsoft Learn badges. I have shared the link on the chat box. So just click on the link and redeem your Microsoft Learning badges as early as possible because the link will expire in 1 or 2 days. Participants kindly note it that redeem your Microsoft Learning badges, which is mentioned in the chat box. I have given the link. So just click it and redeem the badges because it will expire in 1 or 2 days. So it's better that you redeem it today itself.
I can see only 4 hands raised. I'm requesting all joinees to come back from the break. I can see 5 hands raised, 6 hands raised.
My This is a quick question with regards to the link which I've shared.
Yes, Ram. Anmay is already here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah, I have a question on that, sir. So basically, Amay asked us to redeem the badge from the link which is shared, but since
Yes.
Yes.
that link is broken, I'm not sure if it's only me or others also.
Okay.
Just wanted
Uh,
to confirm if the
can
link is
any other
working.
participant check whether if the link is working other than him? Just anyone. It's working. Okay. I think so. There might be a problem with the Microsoft Learning account. You might have it. So just check whether the account is properly logged in or not. Sometimes what happens is the server is also down no? From their end. So there are issues which gets created like this.
Got it. Sure. Thanks, Amay. We'll check on that.
Yeah, just refresh the page once and check if it's working. If it's still not working, let me know. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we'll confirm. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I think let me share the screen and let us do one lab on this. Okay. So I'm sharing the screen. Okay, these are different services available. We already have seen. Let me take you through these web pages, and whenever we will reach here exercise, we will do one exercise here. Yes. Azure AI Foundry. Okay, Azure AI Foundry is a development platform what Azure has offered, and here, every kind of development is possible. If you want to do fine tuning, if you want to use pre-built models, every kind of development is possible here. Even if you want to develop agent, that is also possible. Azure AI Foundry is a platform for AI development on Microsoft Azure, while you can provision individual Azure AI service resources, and build applications that consume them without it. The project organization, resource management, AI development, everything is possible in AI Foundry. So it is an end-to-end development platform available. So it has its own portal, which is a web-based, okay, and it also provides SDK. So even is using SDK also, language API also, okay, software development kit also, you can do a development. So we will create a project in Azure AI Foundry, and thereafter we will see how can we work with it. In Azure AI Foundry, there are two things: hub and project. Project is basically for a specific project problem development, and multiple such projects can be developed within a hub. So when you create a project here, project is a workspace where your different documentations are stored. Project specific documentations are stored. Here you can define a role, you can define a scope for every role, what are all restrictions on the scope, what scope can do. Even you can define a scope of the data set, scopes of the documents for other team members, whether to make them accessible or not. Okay, there may be multiple projects you are putting there, and there you will realize in one project you will have everything that one project needs, and in another project everything that another project needs. But there you will realize that there are some of the common things in between these two projects. Those common things have to go to hub. So hub is a kind of a common workspace for all these projects to use. Hub also declares, uh, say, rules and accessibility at the top of the projects. So projects will override whatever rules and scope hub declares, but otherwise common things hub can declare. Yes, there is a Azure storage also. So whenever you create a project, it automatically creates a storage, and your all project specific artifacts go on the storage. It also creates something called as a key vault. Now, key vault, perhaps in case if you are from Azure background, you know the role of the key vault, but in case if you are not from, what key vault adds one more layer of security. Your service keys, your username, password, your certificates, security certificates will go on the key vault. So first of all, in case if you want to access the resource, you first of all have to uh, so get the permission from the key vault to access the keys, and then using keys you can access the resource. So one more layer of security key vault adds there. Developers tools and SDK. You can do development using Visual Studio Code on premises or running in your local machine. So Visual Studio Code also offers connecting to cloud, and using services from the cloud. So that is also possible. And I came across a version of Eclipse, where also you can install plugins uh, where it aligns your Eclipse to work with the Azure cloud. Okay, so these are all different platforms available there. Okay, other things which are available in the development are SDKs are there, service level SDKs, Foundry SDK, agent services, Autogen. These are also things you can do development in a specific language. Okay. Besides this, there is something called as a co-pilot. Now, every tool is having a co-pilot which works as an agent. Okay. In between you working on that tool and LLM working on the cloud. So this co-pilot actually provides a bridge between you. It provides a kind of an assistant, LLM assistant to you. You are a pilot. Maybe Visual Studio Code also has a pilot. Okay, you are a pilot. You want some code to be written by LLM. So Copilot will help you out. Copilot will work as a messenger between you and a LLM. So whatever code you want LLM to create for you, you will submit it to agent or to Copilot. Copilot will interact with a LLM and will give you the code written by Copilot. In case if there is some code giving you the problem, you submit that code to Copilot. Copilot will go to the LLM and will identify the bug in the code, and whatever be the response of the LLM will be presented to you by the Copilot. Okay. Responsible AI is very important thing with respect to examination also, and in general, whenever you are working with AI, you have to work in the purview of responsible AI. Responsible AI is a set of the guidelines, do's and don'ts. Okay, your scope of work while working with AI. You must be working within the responsible AI. Okay, and in case if somewhere if you breach these guidelines, it is possible that your subscription may be forfeited. So be careful. Okay, while working with AI. Now here actually this responsible AI is talking about whenever you are developing any AI application, what are all features you will add there? Okay, what are all guidelines you will follow while designing AI application? So first guideline is about the fairness of your application. All these, I think there are six features. Okay, accountability. Yes, there are six features, and all six features are very important. Okay, in case if something goes wrong, then who will be held responsible? Where to that responsibility goes. Okay, that also these features define. So fairness, AI system should treat all people fairly. All people fairly. It means whether it is machine learning or whether it is generalized AI. Okay, you should provide a training data to them. Okay, which should not be biased, which should be unbiased. Just to cite you one example, initially, this is just an example as technology was evolving. This is not the case today, but yes, some 2 years ago, it was a case that ChatGPT was able to answer questions on races. Okay, fabricating the answer with a specific race. That was the case that time, because on the web page, whatever material available at that time, whatever material available on the internet up to 2022, most of the material was giving uh, aligned to the social background of European countries or American countries, countries in American continent. Okay, so their answers were aligned to uh, these countries only. Okay, and because of that, maybe in Indian continent or African continent or in Asia continent, people were feeling like ignored. Okay, so that was not intentionally done. That did happen for the reason that the data was collected from the internet, and most of the data was, in the biased form. But later they corrected this thing, and now you don't realize such things happening. But the point is that data should be fair. Suppose you create a machine learning model to support a loan approval application of a bank. You have to train the model, and while training the model, you should have data balanced between gender, balanced between businessmen or servicemen, balanced between educated and less educated people. Okay, balanced among uh, poor income group, middle income group, high income group. So you have to have your data properly balanced. Okay, otherwise the model will answer those questions correctly on which it has been rigorously trained with a higher size of data, and it will answer poorly on the data on which it is not properly trained. So your data must be properly balanced there, and then only it will create the answers fairly. Reliability and safety. AI system should perform reliable and safely. For example, consider an AI-based software system for autonomous vehicle. One more example I would like to give here. Google also introduced BARD LLM model initially, and at the same time, ChatGPT also got introduced. Okay, but ChatGPT gained a fame immediately in the market for BARD's failure. BARD got failed because BARD was not trained properly and was not able to answer some of the questions. So there, perhaps BARD lost the trust of the community. That is one thing of the people. And another thing is somewhere that BARD also brought a little bit bad name to the Google brand. So initially that did happen, but the gain was with ChatGPT. With the failure of the BARD, ChatGPT, the comparison did happen, and because of that, ChatGPT, proved to be better. Later, then Llama came in market. Now this DeepSeek is in market. Okay, now they are giving you answer far better than ChatGPT. Specifically, the Grok, what they introduced, Grok. Grok has created a sensation in the world for the reason that Grok also used to realize the sentiment in the question that you have asked to it, and accordingly it used to create answer. In case if your question is little bit rowdy, its answer will be rowdy. If your question is little bit abusive, its answer will be abusive. If your question is you know sensitive, its answer is also sensitive. So Grok has taken upper hand, okay, by realizing the intention of your question, and accordingly it used to answer you. If your question is sarcastic, its answer is also sarcastic. That is something interesting. On the other hand, DeepSeek, the model that has been designed, it is known for the depth of the answer what it is giving, the elaboration of the answer what it is giving. So DeepSeek is known for very elaborative answer. So we have some models which have lost their reliability, okay, while some model they are trying hard to maintain the reliability. Now, as far as safety is concerned, you can consider that if you are using Gen AI in medical science, okay, for doing some predictions related to the X-ray, what has been given to it, or MRI, what has been given to it. Okay, there in case if it say, if it gives some wrong opinion, it will lose its trust all over the medical fraternity. Okay. Here, one example is given is of autonomous vehicle. It will lose its say trust while driving the car. That system will lose the trust because that system is not identifying the objects around and is not driving the car safely. Okay, so it must be reliability and safety care taken care properly. Lots of data is used to train the models. Okay, now here is a question on privacy and security. Where there is a data, privacy and security must be properly maintained. Okay, so normally it is suggested you should not use your sensitive data okay, for training the model, but there are some use cases where your Aadhaar card data or uh, some sensitive data, your medical history data, uh, you may have to use to train the model. But there then, this data must be secured and okay, in the process of the training, that data must not be leaked. So you must be having a properly sturdy and stubborn system, which does not allow leakage of the data. That is privacy and security. And this training of the model must not be a threat to the privacy of the data. Inclusiveness. The artificial intelligence should be used for all types of people in the world, even impaired people, even deaf and dumbs. So it must be benefited to all strata in the society, all parts of the society, whether it is whether people are physically disabled, okay, danger, sexual orientation, ethnicity, and all other factors. Transparency. Whenever in machine learning, your model takes some decision, okay, and model somehow rejects. It has to give yes or no, and if it gives no, for example, in case there is a system, okay, model which has been trained on financial data of all customers of the company, financial status of all customers of the company, and once it has been trained, okay, now one of the customers, if he applies for the loan, okay, and his this query if is given to machine learning to ask whether it will be a safe for bank to grant a loan for the person, and there in case if model says no, so saying no is not sufficient. Why it says no? What is that factor that it has come to the conclusion to uh, uh, revoke the grant of revoke granting the loan? There comes the transparency. So in case if model is giving the details of why the loan can be rejected, that is called as a transparency. Accountability. In case if anything goes wrong, you know, one entity only to be held accountable. It must not be more than one entity to owe the responsibility. Okay, only one entity. The responsibility has to go to only one entity. That is all about accountability. Okay, so these different fairness principles and responsible AI principles are to be taken care of. Okay, any question on this? Otherwise, then we will go for some hands-on. Okay. Has it started recording? No, it is still recording. Okay. Let us do one exercise. Now here I will be doing a demo. Okay, this is being only one day session. It is not possible for us to provide a lab to everybody here. Okay, I will do a demo. You will follow, but hereby you will come to know where in this documentation demos are available, how to follow the steps, and how to have a hands-on. Remember, in the examination, there will be questions on practical level experience also. Not all the questions will be on concepts. Remember, in the examination, there will be two types of questions. Every question is MCQ. There is no descriptive question. That is the very first point to mention. Every question is MCQ based. But there are two types of MCQ based questions. One is based on concept, another is based on your hands-on experience. What type of questions will not be there? Memory based questions will not be there. Only concept based questions will be there. That is one thing. And second thing is the questions based on specific language will not be there. They are not going to ask you the question on how you will do some specific thing in C sharp or in Python. They will not ask you the question this way. So their questions will be conceptual, not based on language specifications. They may ask you questions something like this, that uh, uh, in order to follow steps to do something specific, okay, which snippet code you will do, or no, sorry, another, let me put it another way. There is one snippet code they will give in Python, in C sharp, and in JavaScript, and all these snippet codes are doing some exactly same thing, but in different language. If you are from Python background, the Python code is for you. If you are from C sharp background, C sharp code is for you. Or if you are from JavaScript background, JavaScript code will be for you. And then they may be asking you the question, what this code is expected to do? And thereafter, they may provide four say MCQs to it, uh, options to it, and you have to select one of the options. Okay, so there may be language-based question, but the question is in such a way that even whatever language background you are coming from, you will be able to answer that question. Okay, yes. Launch the exercise. And here, I will follow the steps here. Okay, and you will please uh, say be attentive there. I am following the steps here. Here is my account. Okay, you also can get your account for you by registering, by creating Microsoft email ID, registering Microsoft email ID, and then getting a uh, free account. Okay, very easy step is there to get the free account. How to get free subscription of Azure. And here you will see Azure website on which create a free account today. Okay, with this uh, it adds 13,000 rupees, around $200 or $300, $200 perhaps, to your credit. And this is sufficient amount, more than sufficient amount, to practice for AI-102 rigorously. 12,000 Indian rupees sufficient to practice for AI-102 rigorously. I will believe if you are preparing for the examination, 6,000 to 7,000 what you will need. Okay, so in case if you want to study going beyond your scope, your curriculum, the rest of the amount you can utilize, but 12,000 Indian rupees sufficient amount to practice rigorously for AI-102. Okay, from here you can do that. Okay, I am being MCT. I have access to the Azure. Okay, here I have created resource group. So I believe everybody here knows fundamental things of Azure portal and Azure platform. So I just do not go into it. Here is one resource group I have created. And in this resource group, couple of services. Okay, I already have created, or I can create services. In order to create services, what I can do, let me close this and let me delete these services. so that I can create a service again. Okay, let it delete. In the meantime, I will follow the steps given here in the lab in the same way you will also have to follow. The very first step says Azure open Azure AI Foundry portal. Okay, so from here I can open Foundry portal. Okay, so I go here. I type that URL to open Foundry portal. This portal needs this subscription, huh? So subscription is also needed. Okay, I think my all resources have been deleted from here. That's good. Okay, I am in Azure AI Foundry portal. And here, then let me follow remaining steps now. Yes. So I have opened AI Foundry portal. The view keeps changing, so I do not see a view something like this as of now. But here I can see explore models and capabilities. Here I can see. And here are latest models in its catalog. You will see now group models have also been introduced. Yes. Now here it is asking me to create the project. Okay. Azure AI project provides a collaborative workspace for AI development. Okay, so we will create a project now, and somewhere I must get an option to create a new project. Create a new. Here it is. Okay, create a project. Okay, Azure AI Foundry resource, start by choosing resource type and Azure AI Hub resource, which way it should go with. Okay, let us start by choosing the model. Okay, here steps are little bit different, huh? Because now there are changes in AI. So I go with Foundry resource. I do not go with AI Hub resource. Normally, in development environment, you will go with AI Hub resource for the reason that within one hub, you may create multiple projects. Okay, so I do not want to create multiple projects, so I go with a single project, which I can go with Foundry resource. Next, here it is asking me project name. Okay, so project AI-102. Okay, this is my email ID to identify me uniquely. Okay, and this is actually we are doing for certification training. So CERT. Oh, CERT. Yes. Okay, this is one name I am giving to the project. Here some of the advanced points we can configure. Okay, here project name. This is subscription. Let me choose a resource group. I want to create it inside AI-102. Okay, Foundry resource name. So let me take Foundry resource name. So project AI 102 resource. Okay, so here I remove the word project. Okay, I put resource there. Resource AI 102. Some naming convention I may be following. Okay, in case if you are working for your company, definitely you also will have to follow some naming convention. Okay, resource group is given. Region I am giving as East US2, and hereby I am clicking on create, and now it is going to take next 5 minutes for creating the project. Okay, in the meantime let me take you to a couple of more things. Okay, so here we are already asking it to create a project. AI Foundry project can be based on AI Foundry resource. Okay, so here we already have given a name of the resource also. Okay, which provide access to AI models. So project basically is a workspace to hold your document, to offer you a workspace for the development. But whenever whatever development you do, you want to test it on LLM. Okay, so Foundry resource provides you access to LLM. So your LLM may be GPT or say Llama or DeepSeek, whatever it be, or but that resource will provide you access to the LLM. So multiple such services now it is going to create as a part of creating the project. So that also we will see what all services it creates. But after creating a project, then we will have to create a model also. Okay, this model, what resource we'll use, that model also we will have to create, and there we will create GPT 4.0 model. In the meantime, as it may take little bit more time, maybe 3-4 minutes, please go ahead. Okay, it is done. Or otherwise, uh, we would have discussed on some points. Okay, but yes, project got created. If this project has been created inside the resource group, this resource group, and there you will see Azure AI Foundry has been created and project has been created. This is resource what it has created, and this is project what it has created. Okay, coming back here, after it has created the resource, this is project API key. Okay. Uh, yes. Okay, now we are supposed to create. What is the next step? Your documentation is asking explore model and capabilities. Explore model and capabilities. Now that option is not appearing here. So I may have to go to model and capabilities. Let me go to overview page. Overview page is already there. Explore model and capabilities. So let me check with model and endpoint. Deploy model. Deploy base model. Just a minute. Yes. Here I may have to ask it to deploy the model, but just a minute. Whether I get that option of explore model and capabilities, let me just check. Here it is not asking me to create, open the management center endpoint keys. Let me go to connect resource. No, not here. So it seems they have changed the screen. More model catalog, playground, evaluation store, governance, nothing. Deployment is not appearing here. Okay, fine. Let me deploy the model. PI documentation. Choose the right model. Nail the basics with these steps. Build with. Okay, define and explore. Let me go with this. Define and explore. Find the right model to build with your custom AI solutions. And there then, okay, let me search for GPT -4o. I can see 4o here. This is the model. It is the step is asking me to go with. So I have selected that model, and here it will give me details of the model along with the versions also. Okay, this model is available in East US too. Okay, and its versions are also available. Different versions are available. We will go with the latest version. Details of the model you can see here. Okay, here you can see the details of the model. And let me use this model now. Okay, here you can see its pricing and other things. Use this model for the deployment. We will not fine tune it as of now. Model name. Okay, so model name may be model. What name did we use for our service? Project AI-102, model AI-102 hyphen GPT 4.0. Yes, this is a deployment name, what I am giving to it. And I do not want global deployment because this is a training only. So I will go with a basic deployment, and it is standard. It will incur less cost to me. Okay, deployment details. I will go with the default upgradation policy, model version, connect AI resource. So this is the resource what we just created now while creating the project. So that resource name is appearing. Okay, token per minute rate limit. Here I will go with smaller size. Now, what do you mean by token? To this model, we may be putting some question, to which we call it as a prompt. Okay, so that question it has to transfer to the model, LLM model. Along with that question, there are many other things it has to transfer, but everything is in the text form. Many other things. What are all other things it has to transfer along with the question? Slowly, step by step, we will have to understand. But as of now, it is sufficient to know that many other things, other kind of text, it has to transfer to the model. Out of all these text, it extracts words and tokens. Okay, so how much text it should allow to transfer to the model and how big response it has to bring back. So prompt and the response both makes the token capacity of the model. Both makes the token capacity of the model. The larger is the token capacity, definitely it will charge me more. Okay, I have to keep it as least as small as possible. Okay, but again I repeat, along with the prompt, it has to send lots of information just to cite you what are all information it has to transfer. Okay, some examples it may have to transfer, system prompt it may have to transfer, historical question and answers it may have to transfer, knowledge base it may have to transfer. Okay, so whenever it has to transfer all these things, the size of all these things plus the size of the response what it will return back, okay, that makes the capacity of token. So I will keep it fairly large, say 7K. Okay. Enable dynamic quota? No. I will disable it. And then I click on deploy. So now here it will deploy a model. This is pre-built model GPT 4.0. So I have asked it to deploy. I could have selected for Llama model or DeepSeek model, any other model I would have selected. Okay, but it has completed the deployment of this model. Model has been deployed. And here on this page, you see target URI to access this model in your application. Means in your application, if you want to access the model from your application, if you want to send a prompt and get the response within the application, you will have to use this URL and you will have to use this key. Using URI, you will connect to the model, and using key, your application will authenticate itself on the model. Besides this, there are other information also from here. Okay, if you want to know the code snippet that you want to use in your application, okay, that code snippet is also given here. Just select a language in which you want a code snippet. Okay, just a minute. Huh. Okay, so we can see a code snippet in Python. How do you authenticate your code? How do you install dependencies? How do you run basic code? How can you pass a prompt to it? And more such samples are given there. So this code you can copy paste in your Python application, okay, to make your Python application to interact with the model. Okay, with this now, let me go to playground. Okay, I am going to playground now. Okay, what instructions it is giving to me? Yes, I did all these things, and now here I am in chat playground. Uh, In chat playground, here you will see two parts. One is the setup, and second is a chat history. In setup, you will see the model which you have already been deployed, which you have already deployed. Okay, and here you will configure all those necessary supportive things, okay, which are to be sent along with your prompt. Okay, configuration of the system, okay, and text that will form a part of the prompt. One of the text that forms the part of the prompt is called as the system prompt. Here it is, system prompt. So system prompt basically is a command to the model, how that model has to behave itself while interacting with me. Now, I am, I will be giving it some prompts. So, how it has to interact with me? What will be the role of that model while interacting with me? Okay, whether that model is helping me to do the development or whether that model is giving me information, what kind of model it is. Okay, so I have to first of all fix a rule of that model. This is called as a system prompt. You are an AI assistant. This is what I am telling to the LLM. You are an AI assistant that helps people find information. So I will be giving prompt to solicit information from the model. Yes. So this is ready. Okay, model has been deployed in the management center. I could see it. Resource group. In resource group, I saw what are all services it created. Okay, project connection. Okay, we will see project connection little later. Now, I think I am at this step. Okay, where I already have deployed everything. Okay, now here you are a history teacher who can answer questions about past event all around the world. This is one system prompt they are suggesting. Okay, so I may be soliciting information. In that case, this will be my system prompt. But if I want it to change its role, I can ask it this way. You are a history teacher. So now I am intimating to LLM, okay, that it has to give me information from the history, who can answer questions about past events all around the world. So this is one system prompt I declared. Okay, apply the changes. Here I can apply the changes. Remember, everybody, please note, this is a playground. Model has been created, and through the playground, we are testing the model. And once we test the model from this playground, this model can be used in your application. Your application will use URL and access key for the model, and your application will access the services from the model. But before this model go into the production along with your application, you have to test the model, okay, whether it is giving you answers up to your expectation. What are the key events in the history of the Scotland? Why Scotland? I may mention there India. Let us see what it answers. India. Okay. Putting it to run. This is a prompt. It will submit this prompt to LLM model along with the system prompt and along with some other information. And this is the response what we have received from LLM. This is the response we have received from LLM. Ancient India. Indus Valley civilization, Vedic period, rise of Jainism and Buddhism, Maurya Empire, Gupta Empire, medieval India, Delhi Sultanate, Vijayanagar Empire, Mughal Empire. See here, colonial India, European traders, Battle of Plassey, Indian Rebellion, 1857. Okay, formation of Indian National Congress, modern India, partition of Bengal, Jallianwala Bagh, Salt March, Quit India movement, post-independence India, and here perhaps, okay, it could not create a further document because of the upper limit of the token that we have defined for it. Okay, that's why otherwise it would have given me further details also. So see what in the way this model is responding to us. Okay, this is how your model works. And that's all about this lab. In case if you have some question in mind, you can ask, you can tell me. I will put that question here, okay, to see how it responds. Do you have any question? What is the history of Mumbai in brief? Mumbai has a very long history, huh? Brief. Huh. Let us see what it does. Oh, huh. Yes. And on the same line, it is creating the history document for Mumbai. See here, Indus Valley. From Indus Valley, it is mentioning the history. Is it? No. I think earlier history, it has already put it there. Sorry, from here you will see. Early history, ancient period. Okay, medieval Islamic influence, Portuguese rule on India, on Mumbai, British rule, development under British, cotton trade and industrialization in Mumbai, role in freedom struggle. Okay, then comes economic and cultural hub, renaming to Mumbai. Otherwise, it was Bombay earlier. Then it has been renamed to Mumbai in 1995. Modern Mumbai, urbanization, terrorist attack, everything it has mentioned here. That's how it works. Okay, anybody wants to know something more here? Otherwise, then we will conclude this lab. Okay. What if you ask question very different, like difference between AI and Gen AI? Let me put that question. Let us see. Okay. With what answer does it come? Let us see. Key difference. Generative AI. Okay. Artificial intelligence. So here is its answer. So I appreciate this question. Means though we asked him to treat itself like a history teacher, okay, still it is able to answer this question, okay, and quite elaboratively. I want to see what is the response because it is built for history answers, and I am asking some other topic. Yes. So, but one point to be noted that in case if I ask it to be AI teacher, its answer would have been in more elaborative way. Okay, now its answer is crispy. Okay, may not be covering all the details. Okay, but otherwise its answer would have been in more details. Okay. Yes. So that's all in this lab. Whatever deployment I have created, I think I should delete it for the reason that it is incurring cost on me. Because whenever we do deployment, definitely somewhere, you have to create a runtime environment to make that model accessible, available 24/7 to your application or to this chat playground. Okay, I should delete it now. Okay, if you go to AI-102 resource group, okay, number of resources are still there. There is no model actually. it may be the case that it has created model in some resource of the resource group. That's why it is not appearing there. Okay, resource AI working in this project. Resource group is same AI-102. Okay, but yes, it has that resource model has been created under Foundry resource. It has been created under Foundry resource, and Foundry resource is already there in our resource group. Here is Foundry resource. Inside it, that resource is made available. Let me delete it now. So I am deleting deployment. I will leave that project as it is. We may be needing that project little later to work with it again. Okay, that's all. So that's the way we tried one of the hands-on. Okay, and here let me conclude this. So this section also we completed. Okay, create and consume AI service is another lab we can do here. Okay, so I try with this lab also for the reason that this lab is giving me different approach, to work with the lab. Okay, and consume AI resource will give me idea of how these resources can be consumed within Python code. That's why I will complete this also. Other things then I will complete little bit fast and forward because within available time we will have to try to cover as many things as we can. Okay, so let me now cover these things a little bit fast. Okay, many such services are available here. Azure AI service is what we can create. We just have created one project. Okay, on the same line, we can create Azure AI service also. Multi-service resource and single service resource. Okay, these are two important terms here. Remember, we already have seen in cognitive services, many services are available. Face detection service is there, natural language service is there, vision services are there, custom vision services are there. Note that in many use cases, you need not a single service but multiple services. And there are some use cases where you need single service. So if it is a use case for a single service, use this one. Or if it is use case where multiple services are needed, okay, in one application development, you need all these services. Okay, there you will go with multi-service resource. Yes. For some of the services, training resource is different and prediction resource is different. In training resource, you have to develop a customized model, and in prediction, you have to consume the customized model. So two different services are also there. For every service, there are 2 to 3 things, okay, needed at the consumer side. Consumer must know endpoint of the service, subscription fee, subscription key, and for some of the services like uh, translation and speech. Okay, resource location is also important. So these things are necessary. These first two things are necessary for every kind of service. But for speech related service where it may have to collect accent also as per the region, their resource location also plays an important role. REST API, we will try to do access the service using REST API also. Okay, and language API also. Now, where to go with REST API and where to go with the language API? REST API basically is for those languages where language API is not available. Language SDK is not available. So, for example, if you are doing a development in Python, you will go with the language API instead of going with the REST API. There you will go with the language API because SDK is available there. But there are some languages, okay, where perhaps SDK is not yet made available. There then you have to go with REST API. So even if SDK is not made available, every language does have a support for REST services, calling REST services. So there then you have to go with a REST API. Okay, here is a language API. Okay, and language APIs quite simple, okay, in working with. For these languages, as of now, the language API is available, but in case if you want to do development in some different language, there then you can use language API. Let me come to the another lab. Yes. And interestingly, for this lab, they are providing lab environment within this document itself. Okay, we call it the cloud slice. So this lab is based on cloud slice. Okay, still, in order to do this lab, you need subscription. Okay, but every development environment, now you will see the difference how this lab works. Okay, thereby you will come to know uh, how this cloud slice helps you to learn the things. Okay, start lab. Now in this lab, the cloud slice has been given for the reason that you will be doing the development using Visual Studio Code, using Visual Studio Code, and not everybody will be having installation of Visual Studio Code in their machine. So this lab they will provide on virtual machine. Okay, when I start the lab, it will take me to the virtual machine. Okay, so here it is starting the virtual machine for me, loading your lab. And this is the environment where we will do the lab. And this virtual machine environment is an environment which you can easily create on your local machine. You can easily create this environment on local machine. Okay, here it is showing me the strength of the internet speed available on the virtual machine. Here, this virtual machine screen can be configured from here. Okay, and it is, I think, trying to connect to the virtual machine, but still it is not able to establish the connection. We will have to wait for a while. Retry connection. I will take a lunch break by 1:30. Lunch break will be by 1:30. Everybody please note. Let me complete this lab and thereafter we will take a lunch break. See here, this is login for virtual machine. So on the virtual machine, it is asking me the password, and here they are already given the password. And how do I type that password? I don't have to type it looking at this character by character. I simply have to place a cursor inside this text box and I have to just click on this T, type text. That password is pasted here. Okay, I want to move ahead, so submit. And now it will give me access to the virtual machine. On this virtual machine, browser and Visual Studio Code, both of them are already existing. Okay, so there may be some steps I will have to follow on the browser and the development I have to do on the Visual Studio Code that I can do. So this cloud slice gives me the benefit of not having each and every tool on my local machine. Get started with Azure AI service. Okay, here it is asking me to go to Visual Studio Code and download some artifacts, development artifacts from the internet. Remember, you will have this in say in development environment. You will have this Visual Studio Code on your local machine. Okay, here I am showing you steps on cloud virtual machine. Okay, clone git repository. Okay, so in the development environment also on your Visual Studio Code, you will clone the repository of the development done by your colleague team. They might already have done some development. Okay, that project you will download here for continuing with that development. Okay, here URL to that project I have to submit. Here I click, press enter, and here I have to download that project within the lab. Yes, and it will start downloading the project. Select as repository destination. I already have selected. It has started downloading. It is asking me, should it open the clone repository? I have clicked on open, and it will open that project in Visual Studio Code. I repeat again, now you will have to follow similar step on your local machine for downloading the project your team, colleague team might have developed, and you want to continue development in that. Okay, so you may download its local copy here. Although here, by in case if you are also having a Git plugin, you may merge your development. Okay, whatever it be, those steps you will follow. But here is your project. Here are your lab files. Here are your lab files. We will follow these steps. Okay, so your lab files are there, and it is asking you to go inside 01 folder. Here, Python. So C# and Python. Okay, in case if you are from C# background, you will open this. Otherwise, I am opening REST client. So first of all, we will try with a REST client. Okay. Now here in this code, now here it is asking me to go to Azure portal. Here it is. Okay, and I have to go to Azure portal in this virtual machine. So I will have to log in again to the Azure portal because I am now in virtual machine. Okay, let me check with everybody. Am I reaching to all of you, and are you with me? Please raise your hands if you are with me. Please raise your hands. I can see 7
So
hands
could
raised.
you share,
Uh,
could you please share the link for that module or the lab? Sir?
just a minute. I can see 8 hands raised. Please raise your hands if you are with me. Only 8 hands raised. Okay. Few of us might have been hurried to go for the lunch. Okay, fine. Coming back here, let me log into Azure portal now. Portal.azure.com. See, with it to the I am giving my credentials to it. Asking me the password. So I'm submitting a password to it. Yes. And I have received a code in Microsoft Authenticator. So let me open Authenticator here. So I have got a login here. The next step, what it is asking me to create Azure AI service multi-service account. So here I can type and search for Azure AI service. Azure AI service. Earlier it kept showing me option for multi-service account. Now it does not. Okay, so I go with Azure AI service only. It please Azure AI service. Create Azure AI service. Okay. So I have to submit. Subscription is already appearing. I have to define the resource group, that service to be created, region East US, and name of the service. Okay, AI service, CBDE assist, my username. Okay, uh, yes, AI-102. Fine. Some unique name I have to give to it, and here I have to go with the pricing tier. Okay, after this, I have to click on review plus create. Okay, and thereafter validation. Somewhere I think the last option I forgot to check. Here I forgot to check. But anything missing here? Nothing. Yes. I have to commit to them that I will be abiding by responsive AI. Finally, we'll click on create, and it will take 2-3 minutes for completing the creation, provisioning of this service. Okay. Yes, deployment successful. Go to resource. Just excuse me. I am going to resource. Here, see, it has created a multi-service account. Okay. After it has created a multi-service account, let me go to that account. So I am clicking over here, and it will take me to the overview page of that account. Here I am at the overview page of the account. This is multi-service account, means inside this service, decision making is there, language, speech, vision, document intelligence, all these services are available. That's why it is a multi-service account. Also, under in the overview page, under resource management, you will see key and endpoints. So endpoint is the URL to access the service. Okay, and either key 1 or key 2 you can use. Either key 1 or key 2. Okay, 2 keys they are giving, but one of the keys you have to use. Okay, so service is ready. Let me go back to the overview page. Sorry, let me go back to keys and endpoint. And now we want to access this service from the Python code which has been created here. This Python code. In this Python code, we want to access that service. But remember, this Python code accesses some security parameters, configuration parameters from env file. This is one API given by Microsoft where we will configure the data. Okay, and from there, this code will pick up the configuration data. Where is that file? That file is with .env extension. So I just open that file, and here that configuration data we have to submit. So we have to submit endpoint here. We have to submit service key here. Okay, so I go to that overview page, resource management page. First of all, let me copy endpoint here. Okay, and paste it in this endpoint. Paste it in this .env file. here at this place. While copy pasting, you have to ensure that nowhere any unnecessary empty place be left, empty space be left. Okay. Then instead of service key, uh, instead of service key, here you have to get the key copied. Oh, not here, sorry, here. Uh, Here is a key. Key one, let me copy key one, copy to clipboard, go back to the code and paste it here. Yes. So key also got copied. Let me save this file. See, this is showing me that field dot is showing me that file is not yet saved. In order to save it, you have to press Control S. The moment you press Control S, that field dot has vanished. It means this version of the file has already been saved. Coming back to your Python code, here it is. This is your Python code. See, from the DNV file, it is going to load endpoint and a key. So you will receive endpoint and the key in these two global variables. Okay, and wherever these two global variables code wants to authenticate itself, it can use. Okay, now here what it is doing. See, here it is accepting an input from the user, and user is expected to enter which kind of input? A prompt. When user wants to stop, user will enter quit word with all lowercase letters. But otherwise, user will enter input, prompt as an input. When user enters a prompt, getLanguage method is being called, and to that getLanguage method, whatever prompt user has entered, it is being passed as a parameter. So here is a getLanguage method. Here is a getLanguage method. And in getLanguage method, you will see JSON body is being declared. That text, the prompt, that prompt is being embedded within JSON format. Okay, and then JSON body is being printed to show to you whether JSON format is properly created or not. Okay, and then add authentication key to request. Here something is to be added perhaps. So let me just see here what it says. Yes, I am bypassing all these things. Acha. First of all, it is asking me to install the python.env API. Okay, so for this purpose, what I have to do is I have to just a minute. Here also it must be asking me. Right click on the REST client folder and select Open Integrated Terminal. REST client folder. Here it is. Okay, I have to right click there and I have to ask it to open integrated terminal. So what it will do that at this REST client folder, it will set the prompt and where I will have to mention the pip install command. Okay, so this command I have to mention to install necessary library needed to run this code. Press enter. Okay, so it will take a minute or so to install this library. Yes, it has installed a library. Let me clear this command window, CLS. Okay, and then let me run this Python code. Just a minute. Yes, and I'm putting it to run. Okay, but is it not asking me to add something? Okay, .env file I have updated. Okay, fine. Let me collapse this to get a wider screen. So I can collapse it clicking here on Explorer. I have got the wider screen. Okay, this screen I can further wide. I'm, okay. Now, what are all other steps we'll do? Let me tell you that whatever the endpoint we have declared, from that endpoint, this much portion it has to replace with nothing. So HTTPS it has to remove, okay, and it has to use the rest of the thing as a URL because yes, fine, that is its need, okay, and then we'll have to use that URI without HTTPS, okay, in this connection because in this connection HTTP is all automatically added to the URL. That's why we are removing it from outside. Okay, here content type we are mentioning because prompt. Okay, here what we are creating the prompt now that we are submitting in the form of the JSON. Okay, so that application JSON key we are submitting to authenticate itself, and here we are creating a post request using this URL, and then it has to give response. It has to load the response that has come from that LLM model, and it has to show that thing. Okay, so I am putting this Python code to run. Yes. Okay, and here what it is asking me to do. Okay, what is the URL? See, which service are we using? We are using a language service here. See here, language service. Okay, so it has to tell me which language is this. When I try, when I enter something here like hello, okay, uh, press enter. It has identified hello word is from English language. Which language that word from, that is the language service, and it has to identify. If I submit here gracias, press enter, it is Spanish. If I submit here bonjour, it is French. So from the word, it is identifying which language it is. Okay, and this kind of code is to be written for this purpose. Okay, let me. Yes. Fine. Okay, so if you have a look at it, see REST client API. No? Yeah. This is how the REST code has to be. Okay, how do you write a Java code? For that purpose, I will have to go to Control S, and I will have to go to another code now. So I am closing. I do not close this env, okay, but rest of the code let me uh, close because now I have to go to the another folder where there is a separate env file and separate SDK Python client. Okay, so I open this env file. Okay, and env content from earlier file, let me copy into this new env file. Yes, let me copy it from here and let me paste it here. Okay, because env files are in different folder but contents are same. Earlier env file, let me just remove and let me save this file. Yeah, so configuration for another code is also done. Now let me open that another code. Okay, and here libraries are not yet installed, so pip install hasn't yet been done for SDK client. Okay, so I have to go to SDK client folder, right click there, open it in integrated terminal. Okay, and there again the pip command I have to give. Here it is. Okay, so at this place, let me submit a pip command. Press enter. So it does have different API text analysis. No, sorry, same API what it was earlier. Yes, so it is done. Env file we have modified, and now let me open SDK client and let us see how SDK client is written. Okay, so so now see, all red marks are gone from here because with the pip install, it has got that library. Okay, and here now you will see we are loading the configuration data from env file. Here we are asking user input. So user is expected to enter some word. Okay, and if that word is not quit, user has to, sorry, this code has to get the language of that word. Okay, so here it will receive that word. Now here you see important thing. We are creating one key credential object to which we are giving AI key. See, these steps are very common all over the AI API. You have to create a credential object and you have to create a client. Here it is text analysis client. In computer vision, it is computer vision client. For different services, there are different clients, but client object has to be created. To the client, you have to give endpoint and credential. Using endpoint, this client will connect to the AI service, and with using credential, it will authenticate itself, and you will get the client. Client is a kind of an agent now in between this code and that service. Okay, that this code will ask client to do something like, on the client we are calling detect language. Okay, we will pass on the text that is to be detected, and here it will receive the language it detects. Okay, with this, now let me put this code to run. Python, yes, press enter. Let me maximize the screen. Here it is asking me the message, hello, and here it has to show me it is English language. If there is another, say, Gracia, no, what is the spelling of Gracia? Gracia, Gracias, Gracias. It has to come up with a Spanish. Okay. What if I give it a word in Hindi language? How does it respond? Namaskar. No, it is not able to identify for Hindi. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye. Sorry, spelling mistake. Yes. Hasta la vista. I don't know which language is this. Let me just see. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista is also English. Okay, fine. No, hasta la vista should not be English, but somehow it is identifying English better than other languages. Finally, let me quit, and thereby we have completed this lab. Okay, so any question on this lab? Otherwise, then we will have to delete all the resources. Any question on this lab?
Sir, what do we mean by client? What are we considering client here as?
Client is actually
Yeah.
an API at the client side, which gives us all the methods to interact with the service. Here is a client. Okay, so this is a class what they have created where you will get detect language, translation, or different methods. So whatever be the operations you want to be in this language service, for every operation there is a method. Okay, and that method you get from client. So at one side, client offers method. okay, to the client side. But at another side, client has already established the connection with the service, okay, and whatever that method asked the client to do, accordingly, client will do with the service.
Okay. So client is some sort of an object which we have created and then we are calling it. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it is an object. Now here it is the Python object, which is capable of providing service API to you in the client code.
Right. So whenever we request anything, it will generally hit the API call and then fetch the information we asked for.
Yes, yes, correct. Any other question, please?
Yeah, yeah, I have a question on this call, the client which we are calling. So we are passing this key, AI key.
Here.
So the AI key must be existing somewhere, right? In Azure Vault, I have to have this because this is
Ah,
the credential.
yes, yes.
So
So
do
whenever
I
you are
create this
creating a
key?
service, now see here we created a service. So here is the AI key and AI endpoint. No?
Okay. So this
Ah.
is under the Azure key, right? Azure Vault.
How? No, no. Here it is not Azure Vault as of now. Azure Vault, this project uses internally. This AI key is available for each and every service that you create. Whether you want to access this key directly or through Key Vault, that is your choice. You can access it through Key Vault also. Okay. But otherwise,
Okay.
here I am accessing it directly.
Every service will have this, fields for the keys, right?
Yes,
So if
yes,
I
yes.
have
Every
used
service.
the Azure Vault directly, then I can
Uh,
still use these keys which are shown at the time of creating the service.
yes, yes, yes. But see, here I am creating a server side and I am creating a client side. That's why this key is accessible to me. Now you are
Yes.
an administrator, you create a service, the key is accessible to you only. You will declare it on the Azure Key Vault, but the development team will not come to know about this key. Your development team will connect to the Azure Key Vault first, from where it
Yes.
will get all these keys and thereafter it will work.
Right. Right. So it is individual to every developer. So if we are
Huh.
working in a team, then we can fetch the key from the Azure Vault instead of
Huh.
the keys defined at the time of creating the service.
Correct, correct. Hmm. Correct.
Can you repeat that once again?
Ha ha ha. See, let me draw a diagram. So diagrammatically, perhaps it will be easy to think. I think I have a pen brush. Huh. Huh. See here, this is the service. This is the service available, and this is the service created. And to this service, we have access key. Okay, just a minute. Huh? This access key can be uniquely identified by using service name or URL and access key. This forms a key value pair, say. Okay, so see this access key. Whoever will get this access key will be able to access the service. Okay, what we did here, that here is our client side application code. Inside client side application code, okay, we submitted this key in env file. We configure that key here in env file. Now I am client side developer. I got that key to know. I have got that key to know. Okay, I have got the service also and I have got the key also. So key got completely exposed to me. With this key, everything whatever I want to do with that service, I can do. Okay, once I get the key, I can do everything to it. But with once I get that key, that I can access that service using that key. Okay, and that key is also being a developer had been completely exposed to me. Now you are administrator here who you created the service, but you do not want to disclose that key to me. Okay, then what you will do, you will create something called as key vault. Let me represent key vault with some different color, maybe this color. So you have created a key vault here. Okay, with the key vault, what you will do, now key vault will have its own URL and access key. Okay, key vault cannot be accessed without access key. URL access key, okay, is there in key vault. Okay, but with that in key vault there is something else. Okay, key, it is key vault actually. Okay, so it will have URL and this access key. Okay, access key, this is of what? This is of AI service, say AI service. Okay, but here what it will do, this access key is encrypted. It is not readable. Okay, this is encrypted. Okay, with this what will happen, that you being administrator, you will not provide this access directly. You will not provide this access. How access you will provide? You will provide access to the code of the key vault. So in env file, you will have to mention the URL and access key of key vault. Once your code gets an access to the key vault, thereby you will have to write a code. Additional API comes with additional API of key vault comes there, to which you simply have to ask for access key by giving the URL. Access key by giving the URL. This is encrypted access key, what you will get in your code. You will not be able to understand what that access key is, but that access key your code can use to connect to actual service. So access key will be completely transparent to you. Sorry, completely opaque to you. You will not be able to see access key. But now through the key vault, you can get the access key and you can get the access to the uh, service also.
Okay, so the question here is again, the access to the key vault itself will not be there with the developer, right? It will only have the admin access, like the key vault in, let's say, in a big bank environment, right, where you have a dev, SIT, UAT, prod, pre-prod, and prod environments. The vault would be catering to each of these specific environments. Now, this vault itself cannot be accessed without the admin access. It has to have
No,
that privilege.
no. Admin can access it, but this code has to access it. But this code
The
will have,
code is
restricted
access
access
it,
to it.
but defining this key itself
Acha,
inside the vault,
that
right?
access will
Somebody has to
administrator will have.
define it,
Correct.
right? Somebody has to
Yes.
go and create this key first inside the vault. Then
Yes.
only
Yes.
I use it in my client code, in my Python
Uh,
code to make the access
correct.
to the service.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yeah.
who can define? I mean, like, will the
Admin.
developer have the permission to define this in the Azure Vault? I mean, ideally, as per my knowledge, in the very controlled, secured environment, uh, we won't have any access. As a developer, we won't have any access. Either the architect or somebody from the platform side who is managing the entire Azure PaaS, they can have the only access to this, or either the access management team. So if there is an access control through the access management team, they can create or modify, update the keys which are defined in the Azure Vault.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely right. See, in the company, creating the resources, creating the key vault, declaring the keys in key vault, all these things have been given to the administrative role. A person having the administrative role will create resources, key vault, and will declare necessary keys within the key vault. And key of the key vault, this one, that will be shared to the developers team. So developers team will get access to the key vault, restricted access to the key vault to access the service. Okay, but developers team will not encounter any creating the resource. Okay, because developers team ideally will get resources ready. Developers teams only to access the service from the resource. Okay.
So it is like administrator will store the URL and the access key into the key vault, uh, which is probably masked version of the access key. And
Ah,
that would be provided with the developers or the other team members who can utilize the resources using that,
yes, yes. Masked
access the
version or
resource.
encrypted version. Yes, yes.
Right.
Correct, correct. So I think it is a time for us to have a lunch. Okay, just hold your breath, hold your questions to your heart. Post lunch, we can discuss on these questions also. Okay, but now I think it is a time to have a lunch. Hmm. So by what time will you be able to resume the session? When shall we resume the session? Okay, 45 minutes or 1 hour break. How much do you want? Can we have it in 45 minutes? I'm just asking because I don't know what are all challenges at your place to come back from the lunch. 1 hour lunch. So we will resume our session by 2:40. Okay, lunch break. Let's resume the session by 2:40. Okay, and what I do is whatever services I have created, let me just clean up those services and then I will go on the break. Here, let me just
రవి
end
నాకు
this.
ఆ టీవీకి సంబంధించి నాకేం ఇవ్వలేదు రవి.
Please go on the mute, close the window. Okay, and whatever services we have created
ఎవరు
there.
చెప్పారబ్బా అది చేయమని?
Okay, let me delete all of them from AI-102. So here are the services what have been created. Let me delete all of them. So you can go on the break. Okay. So see you, I will go on the
Participants,
mute and I will. Yeah.
just a gentle reminder, participants, just redeem your Microsoft Learning badges as soon as possible. I have mentioned the link in the chat box. Yet again, I'll put the link. So just redeem your badges. Those who have not redeemed it, kindly do it.